Hello. Morecast. Yeah, I was streaming yesterday. If you didn't see Nerdsoul, it's still June. Yeah, yeah. I streamed yesterday at the not the usual time, and I was forced to work on cast instead of Linksider. So now I want to work on it again. um, okay. I did good progress on Linksider. I need to somehow have I guess somehow like work on both at the same time. How do I make it work that I work on them at the same time? Like every other stream is like changing the thing that I'm working on. I don't know. What's this? Build work. Procedural macro crate designed to automate the generation of field accessor methods for named structs. Wait, what? Field work. Argument is admin. Get. Copy. Rename is admin. Get mut is admin mut. Huh? Okay. It just generates this method is admin. Why is there a rename? Alright, anyway. Is admin? Admin mut? Is this OOP? I don't know. I don't think I ever wanted to generate the getters. Did I ever want that? Did you ever want that? Hello, Nigel. I mean, maybe a couple of times, but like, it's not a huge thing. I think for me. Can they use all the builder pattern maybe? Well, I mean, there are derived macros for builders though. You just make the driver for the builder. Which there are crates that do that, I think, right? Alright, anyway. We go for the cast. You woke up 1 minute before I ended the stream. By the time you got up, turned the Wi-Fi on. My stream was over. Wait, you need to press a button to turn the Wi-Fi on? What? Why isn't it always on? You turn off your Wi-Fi? Wait, you turned my stream off? What? Save electricity, I guess? I don't know. I mean, I guess... I don't know, I just never turn off my PC at all, I think. Alright. Maybe I'm just burning the electricity for no reason, I don't know. Okay, well, I'm going to work on cast. Personally, you have a tab of Kuvi stream open on both of your monitors? Nice. Stream on every monitor. That's how it's supposed to be. Okay, so I was yesterday doing the thing where I was doing the monomorphization of the generics so that we can instantiate the generics, the templates for transpiling to JavaScript, so that the types are no longer there in the compiled code. That's what I was doing. There is no chat overlay. Test. What about the bot? The bot is there. I know, I clicked refresh, nothing happens though, it seems. I don't know. I mean, the chat overlay was tiny, it doesn't matter much, right? Hello, Xent. How are you doing? Yeah, so like I was doing this. And then off stream, when I ended the stream, I actually worked a little more. So it is almost there. It is almost there. The specifically the so like the goal, the short-term goal is make this program transpile successfully to JavaScript, which is solving the the hard problem from LeetCode 3373. And the thing that we have here is the hash maps. So hash maps were not transpiled. So we need to like finish the work by making sure that the hash maps are working with JavaScript. Why am I making the JavaScript transpiler, by the way? Because so like the relatively the goal for this programming language, like not the final goal, but like I guess not the super short term, but like the goal that I have is to make games with the programming language, right? And the games should be made working in the browser. So JavaScript, that's why. There is also WebAssembly, but I don't like WebAssembly is not ready yet, in my opinion. There's too much work to do there, so JavaScript is easier. What's the beeping? Beep, beep, beep. I don't hear any beeping. I don't think I heard any beeping. Alright. Maybe it's the outside. Something. Okay. I mean, WebAssembly can be made to work. It's just like there is too much work to do to go around WebAssembly not having some features. Most importantly, the jump instructions. All right. So the hash map, right? If I try to transpile this thing to JavaScript and run this, okay, right now we have some other problem. Let's just see what it is. We have the this thing, Rust export Rust backtrace 1. Okay, I feel like I have these panics sometimes, which are not which are not reporting the error properly. So how about I report them properly? By doing what? By catching the panics. Indeed, yes. I think that's the thing to do. Beep. There is also WebAssembly, but I don't like. There is also WebAssembly, but I don't like. WebAssembly is not ready yet, in my opinion. No, this just sounds like the bug. Like sometimes we have the robot voice, right, or something. This sounds similar. Yo, Bad Cop. Hello. All right, Bad Cop. You're just in time. We're going to catch the panics in Rust. So we are going to treat panics as exceptions and catch them and handle them. That's what we're going to do. You're panicking right now. Alright, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to catch your panic. Yeah, but yeah, if you can, try to unwind, I guess. It'll throw it at you, at me. Wait, is the panic... Wait, hold on. Is my stack trace so long that I can, like, that my terminal isn't even saving the entire history of the panic? Really? I think that's what's happening. No, hold on, over here. Yeah, there we go. Panic. Binary tree search. Extend with types. Over here. Type contains. This over here, this thing can panic. Right? Because this thing can panic, we need to catch it. STD. Panic. Catch, unwind. This one returns a result too. Okay. I mean, that's fine. We have some results, but some panics. Okay, so we return okay here. Like that. Just do if error is not nil. But that only works for the errors, not for the panics, right? The type collection trace set may not be safely transferred across an unwind boundary. Wait, what? Have you seen this error before? We have the unwind boundary. Get wrecked. Required by a bound in panic unwrap. So this one may contain interior mutability, and the reference may not be safely transferable across a catch and wind boundary. Get unsend. All right. I don't think I ever catch the panics in Rust before. So there is the I mean, I know that there is a thing which is called panic safety, right? Or unwind safety, I guess, is what they call it now, maybe. So I need this thing to implement unwind safety. So you are saying that the inner mutability types with inner mutability don't have unwind safety because this may contain interior mutability, and a reference may not be safely transferable across the catch and wind boundary. I should switch languages, says Nigel. Which language do you want to switch to? And what language from? Just have it panic if it doesn't unwind. Catch and wind, unwrap. Cast. Cast is not ready yet. Let's actually like do this. Let is contains is this. Dot unwrap, you say? All right, sure. Let's unwrap here. The type may contain interior mutability. Well, cans have smaller learning curve than Rust. I mean, we don't have lifetimes yet, so I think right now it's a pretty easy, simple language, yeah. Even with the context system. I don't think context system is anything difficult though. We will have the lifetimes, we'll see. I'm not sure yet. How is the borrow checker going to work? Because I didn't implement it at all, right? We don't have the runtime borrow checking right now. What about send, sync, and those other complicated traits you don't understand? Wait, you don't understand the send? No, we will have send for sure. What do you not understand about the send though? You can, if you can send something to another thread, then you can send it. But what about this trait, right? Have you even seen this trait, which is called unwind save? This one is very rarely, if ever, seen. Unwind save. A marker trait which represents panic save types in Rust. This trait is implemented by default for many types and behaves similarly to the send and sync traits. The purpose is to encode what types are safe to cross the catch and wind boundary with no fear of unwind safety. What is unwind safety? In Rust, a function can return early if it either panics or calls a function which transitively panics. This sort of control flow is not always anticipated and has the possibility of causing subtle bugs through the combination of two critical components. A data structure is in a temporary invalid state when the thread panics. With this broken invariant is then later observed. Typically in Rust, it is difficult to perform step 2 because catching a panic involves either spawning a thread, which in turn makes it difficult to later witness broken invariants, or using the catch and wind function in this module. Additionally, if an invariant is witnessed, it typically isn't a problem in Rust because there are no uninitialized values like in C and C++. It is possible, however, for logical invariants to be broken in Rust, which can end up causing behavioral bugs. Another key aspect of unwind safety is that in the absence of unsafe code, a panic cannot lead to memory unsafety. This was a bit of a whirlwind tour of unwind safety, but for more information about unwind safety and how it applies, see the RFC. Now that we've got the idea, it's also important to understand what this trait represents. One may witness broken variants through the catch and wind. Simply put, that a type T implements unwind save if it cannot easily allow witnessing a broken invariant through the use of catch and wind, catching a panic. What's not send? Not send is a type that does not implement send, that cannot be sent to another thread. This trait is an auto trait, so it's automatically implemented. Note, however, that this is not an unsafe trait, so there is not succinct contract that this trait is providing. Instead, it is intended as more of a speed bump to alert users of catch and wind that broken invariants may be witnessed and may need to be accounted for. Okay, so basically, since because we have the inner mutability, right? Like a ref cell, for example. If I panic while the ref cell is being borrowed, well, no. If we panic, then we like when we unwind, we still call the drop implementations, right? So that's fine. So we have the assert unwind safe wrapper struct, which can be used to force this trait to be implemented for any closed over variables passed to catch and wind. What's question mark send? It's maybe send. Question mark, I mean, it's not about the send, like you're asking about what the question mark means. It's usually used for the question mark sized. I don't think I've seen the question mark send anywhere. It's because the size is the default generic bound, so you opt out of the bound by doing that syntax, basically. So what we want is we want to do std panic assert unwind save this thing, right? That's what we do. And now we can catch the panics. The result of this is box din any plus send, alright? If there's plus send, why is there no minus send? I wonder if there's an RFC for that. I mean, there is like the not send is basically the minus send, right? They just have different syntax for it. Hello, Devninia. All right, so what we have is we do this, right? And I'm going to basically map error here. Yeah, I'm going to map error here. E. No, not map error. I'm going to match this. Okay. Result. If we have an error E, then so we can rethrow the error by saying just panic E, right? std panic any. I don't know, like, is this how I rethrow the panic? Rust rethrow. How to catch and rethrow a panic. One question, where do you see the benefits of splitting the package manager and compiler into separate executables? I don't know. I think instead of thinking about it like separate executables, I think the package manager should be a library, not a binary that you can use. Like Zeek has the build system being part of its standard library, so the package manager can also be part of the standard library. I think something like that is what I'm going to do. Oh, there is resume unwind. Of course there's resume unwind. std panic resume unwind payload E, right? But we only do this if the but the panic that we have here is potentially the panic that I care about. Like I don't want to, I want to only catch some panics, right? Similar to how you only want to catch some exceptions. Oh shit, I didn't disable the push-ups. Fuck. Hold on. Done. And 50 push-ups today. Nice. All right, so we catch. What do I want to catch? I want to catch some specific ones. The ones that I care about. Specifically about the... Okay, I want to have like a catchable... I want to have this. How do I call it? How do I call it? I think it might be actually in the... in the inference thing here. Yeah, this over here. I expect, cannot, or do not infer types, right? This is the thing. Let's instead have the in the utility the thing which is going to be panic panic catch panic. Catch panic, yes, sure. Let's extract this into a function. The one that I'm doing here. I want to have something like catch panic self types contains type, right? Like this. So we will have a function catch panic of impl and ones into R. So this will give me a IRE result R. Yeah, I will just use the IRE here. It's fine. To do, I should check out Chomsky. I checked out Chomsky. Like briefly. I didn't try it, but yeah. Yeah, we assert, unwind, save. I catch and wind. And then we match that. Right? Does this not depend on IRE? Has this error? Okay, maybe not this error. Maybe result R catch catched T. We just have catched. Obstruct catched. How many push-ups did you do in yesterday's night stream? About 70. Catched. I think I want to catch maybe box in error. Right? Maybe. Because this will return okay result. This is rethrowing, but then I say that if E downcast if let OK catched is E downcast, then I return OK. No, I return error catched like this. This is an okay. Yeah, okay, we need to match here too. Okay, catched. Error cached. Error E. Then we resume. Like this, right? Mm-hmm. Cached, catchable? What, I don't know how to call it better. And then I also want to implement std error for catchable, I guess. Does implement display, implement std fmt display for catchable. So this would be self0 fmtf. This would be self0 source, self0 description, self0 cause, self0 provide request. Wait, what is it provide? Unstable library feature? Caught? I don't know. And then we wanted to debug. Impl std fmt debug. Debug we just derive. Right. So basically, I don't just panic. I panic with catchable panic like this. Right. A panic like this. Triggers a panic without invoking the panic hook. This is designed to be used in conjunction with catch and wind to, for example, carry a panic across the layer of C code. So in my inference, what does contains panic? Why does contains panic? What? What does contains panic? Because so I'm using, so like I have, let's say that I'm using a hash map. In this case, I'm using a binary tree map, a binary tree set, whatever, right? So that thing only works if the types implement the ORed, but not everything can be ordered. So but there is no, at least not in the standard library, no binary tree set where the key can return a result when we are trying to compare the things, right? So because of that, I implement ORed, but I panic inside of the ORed because the ORed does not, like the interface doesn't allow for the result. You know? I have the same for hash maps sometimes. I have the try hash trait because of this. But try hash is like only working with my own data structures that work with try hash. The built-in hash map, or even like all of the crates, all the existing crates, they had the hash maps. They only work with the standard hash, which does not allow for returning result. So we need to throw a panic and then catch it. Is creating the programming language serious? Well, it's maybe, potentially. It has the potential to be serious. Yeah. It's not super serious at this point, but it might become the serious one, yeah. I'm working on the prototype of the language, so I'm liking how it is turning out so far. It will be all things to all people. I mean, technically, I guess it's not like for all people. Maybe we'll see. There are some things that I'm not targeting. For example, I like some people don't like having type systems. Some people really want to some people really want to hurt themselves and be able to shoot themselves in the foot all the time, right? So you want so some people want the dynamic type system. Maybe we can have this like as an option too, but I'm not really like focusing on that. Like even in Rust there is the din any, right? Which allows you like over here, right? This one over here is a din any. So like this is basically the dynamically typed thing. It's just not very convenient to use, I guess. So yeah, some things like that I'm not focusing on. But yeah, it's supposed to cover all of the use cases ever. Effect system, yes. Effect system is one of the biggest reasons why I started this. I believe that the next big programming language must have an effect system. Linear types, yes. Although I have not started on that yet. What else do you want to ask about? Dependent types, maybe. Dependent types, I'm pretty sure I will have that too. There are other things like what? What else do we want potentially? Like the big features that are not in programming languages. Static proofs for of maximum stack depth. Yeah, potentially. Like, but like these things are some the static proofs. The proofing is something that I have not thought about much, and I mean even the dependent types. I have not like thought much about it. I believe that it's not very difficult with the way I'm doing this because like dependent types need the compiler and interpreter to be the same thing, which I already have. We already treat types as values, so like I feel like dependent types shouldn't be difficult. Proof system like lean, yeah, but potentially it's not like I've not worked towards that direction yet. I'm working more towards making the language usable at this point. So yeah, the proofs are going to come later probably. A lot of the things are working. The for the effect system, I call it the context system. They're making a programming language. No. I mean, there are like I want to think about those, right? So it will probably have this. It will probably have the proof system, right? It's just I'm not focusing on it right now. Because like there is so many features that I want. This language is going to be the most bloated language ever, right? Because it's going to be the programming language. But like I cannot implement all of them at the same time, right? We need to start with some. We will start with a programming language, and then we'll convert it into the programming language, right? I have if you have not seen this language before, one of the things that I have, for example, is custom syntax. Like you mentioned Lean. Lean has the custom notation, for example. So I have that. My standard library just contains the standard syntax. Otherwise, I don't have any syntax. And we have like the macro system similar to the Lisps. You prefer the approach of under promise, over deliver rather than the converse? Well, the stream title is a little bit of a clickbait. Yeah. But I feel like most people don't even know what a linear type is anyway. And I mean, I'm also making the programming language without having much knowledge of the theory. I was trying to read the homotopy type theory book, and I'm having a skill issue there, for sure. So I want to have this one. Next stream, reading stream? No, I don't think so. Match, partial, CMP, other. This one returning optional, right? Some result, and if none, then, so in this case, I want to panic, std panic, resume unwind. So in this case, I need the box din any. Send static box new catchable. Maybe I want to like throw catchable. Yeah, I want to just throw catchable. Yeah, why not? And then we just say IRE cannot ord not inferred types. Yeah, how about this? That makes sense. So in this utility thing, I have throw catchable, where catchable is just something that implements the std error. Implement std error. This returns never. This is not stable, right? Of course it's not stable. How do you do this right now on the stable one, on the stable Rust? Is it impossible? Return never type in stable Rust. Stable alternative to never. It provides the never type, which is a stable version. It provides... Let's use the existing void crate. Not maintained anymore. Why don't use the existing standard library infallible type? It doesn't implement hash. Okay, I don't care about the cache. So we do infallible. Std convert infallible. Into never is stable, is it? Why is my thing... Oh, it's just saying that expected type. Okay. When was it stabilized? It was unstable for a long time. Just never type. I mean, I can... Primitive never. Like, it says that it's nightly only, right? But we can return never. This is the only stable thing. From 1.0. Maybe, I don't know. I feel I never used it. Apparently. Okay, so we just do std panic resume unwind. The payload is going to be box new fetchable box new e. Right? So we have a double box here. And std error, so this dynamic plus send. Impl error plus send then. Plus static. Right, that's what we want. Two-step, good morning. Mm -hmm. 6dbw, you're aware of the programming languages. Are you making your own programming language too? Just in case you actually are. Because I feel like you might be the one who is also making your programming language. You're not a compiler person. You're just interested in the new programming languages. What does plus do? Where? Over here? This is the impl, right? So this says that the actual type, this is actually a generic function, and this argument must implement these traits. So this trait and this trait. It's the same as saying like E needs to implement this trait and send, and this is of type E. You know, kind of similar, just a short syntax. Door-to-door Rust salesman for a while. I feel like Rust is. I'm becoming more and more dissatisfied with Rust. Ever since I learned about the effect systems, basically. Sell Rust to me, I bet you can't. What they do, who does? Dubstep. QBA, hello. Welcome. Report std error is not satisfied. Wait, how do, if I work with Irie, can I make it return an std error? We can propagate something that implements the std error trait, but I won't convert it in the other way. Then I do what? I feel like this is possible, right? How to convert? We can ask about anyhow. Error to box then std error. We can use .into method or box new. Wait, it just implements the into? Oh, it implements as ref din error? Yes, but I want not the reference, I just want the into. From report from box din std error, there you go. So yeah, I just do the into here. Which means that maybe... So maybe I do impl into std error. Into din. Into box din. Std error. Plus send plus static. Like this. So this would be just e.into. Boxed in error send plus from report is not satisfied. This does not implement the send though. Oh, wait, no. From report for box din std error plus send plus sync. I must include the sync, because like if I don't include, then just the send is not implemented. Okay, fine. Plus send plus sync, of course. Why not? There we go. Now it works. You're making some videos to sell it? Have you not made videos before that we can watch? What's your YouTube channel? Okay, so we have this. We just throw catchable Irie like this. Rust Curious is the channel. I guess like this. Rust explained carefully. You have a website. Coming soon. Nice. I feel like this over here, this icon is missing the double colons. I feel like there should be a double colon somewhere. Okay, this is going to work. If they say that this is deprecated, should I not implement this at all? Should I not even implement this if this is deprecated? Can it apply unary operator not? Oh yes, so now the catch panic, this one is returning the result, and now I just do the question mark here, so I catch the catchable things that I propagate through the panics. Now, right? Question mark, catch panic. Returns the result catchable. Catchable returns or implements the thing. Could not convert the error. Wait, what? Hold on. Could not convert the error. Din error send static sync is not satisfied. Catch panic. Catchable. Send. Plus sync. Yes. I need the sync there. Not question mark? No, I'm pretty sure the question mark is binding, like has more priority than the not operator. So we don't need the parentheses here. Okay. So now failed to compile function. While evaluating this, this stack trace. Hold on, export Rust backtrace 0. I don't want the backtrace, right? This one is saying that we failed to compile function. I think I'm just not, like, there are multiple errors, because this one is the background task resulted in error, failed to compile function, but I don't show the background task stack trace here. If I don't go through the node, it doesn't matter. A background task resulted in error. Yes. But why is it not shown? Fail to compile function. Hold on. Executor spawn. I'm supposed to log the error here, right? Spawned task failed. Can I do that? Like, I do not see that in my log, right? What if I say here? Yes. Yes, yeah, there you go. Mass failed, spawn task failed to compile function. While initializing this, expected this. Okay. Yes, why do I not have the logging set up? Is the tracing error not working? If I have the print line here. So the print line doesn't work, but panicking worked. So print line doesn't print anything. Print line doesn't print anything. This is a spawned background task. And this code definitely ran. Right? Because I can just panic like over here, for example. Yo. So yo happens, right? So this code happens. But before I panic, I do the tracing error. Why does this not print anything? Does that make sense? Oh, wait, maybe it's just because I am doing the output? Maybe that's why? But I thought this would output to the std error, not to the std out. Yeah, that's what's happening. Wait, what? Why? Why tracing error writes to the std out? That makes no sense to me. So if I do eprintln, I will see. It's because I'm typing the output to a file. That's how we sell Rust. Because Rust is fast, blazing fast, Devninja. It's not just fast, it's blazing fast. You must switch to Rust. Yes, this works. But I want to kind of have the logging. Oh, maybe wait, hold on. Maybe it's the way I'm initializing my logger. When I'm initializing my logger, I have the color iry config hook builder installed, right? That's what I do. Iry hook and panic hook. Try into hooks. Iry hook. Can I make it output to the std error? color IRI, std, output, repository, or V. It's also pretty fast. It compiles down to C. There are languages that compile down to C and they are not as fast as C. Compiling down to C doesn't make your language fast. You need to compile it in a specific way. std_err. Redirecting std_err to file. Wait, am I stupid? This is my hooks, right? I display env section and location section. I install my hooks. Panic hook. Into panic hook. Yeah, wait, hold on. No, they use eprintln, so they are outputting to the standard error. Wait, what? If I'm outputting to the standard error, then how? Why am I? Like, look at this. I'm outputting to the file out, and then I have the file out, which actually has the thing that is supposed to go into the standard error. Wait, is it the Zesh thing? This is... No, it's not. Wait, what? I'm only piping the standard output here. Oh, wait, I'm working through the cargo. Because cast is an alias, which is looking like this. It's cargo run, no default features. Wait, when I'm running a thing through the cargo, hold on a second. I'm now confused. CD crates. Cargo, new, bin, rust is rust. Let's go this one. Cargo, CD, rust is rust. Cargo, run. Okay, so we have the hello world, right? Code, source, main. This is our main function. If I do eprintln here, right? And then I do cargo run, we still see the same thing. And then I say into the out. No, this is still saying hello world. What's the problem then? Let's do the tracing. Wait, it's the tracing. Wait, hold on. Color IRI is the different one. Color IRI is when I'm panicking. Log level is this one. Yeah, hold on. I have tracing subscriber. So my tracing subscriber is the one that I need to look into. Initialize. Into. Dispatch. No. I don't want to output my to like, I guess like yeah, the this one, the tracing subscriber registry returns a default registry with the filter and with the layer. W is a function into IO std out. Yeah, why is this std out here? And not std error? Hold on a second. It's the layer. W. Make writer. Okay. So it's not the default. Or I guess it is... Can I initialize only some of the generics here? Make writer IO std out. There you go. This is the problem. I need the std error here for the logging. With okay, there we go. With writer IO std error. That's what we do. Why does it default to std out? That makes no sense. Default dot with wait, what was it? With writer. With writer std IO std error. This is the function that makes the writer, right? Like this. There you go. There you go. Now I see all the things. So I have a bunch of errors happening. Panic yo can be deleted. Oh, I have panic yos in multiple places. Over here, this one needs to be deleted. I don't want to panic there. Okay, I was wondering why I sometimes don't see all the errors. Okay, so we failed to compile the function. Expected a reference to a hash map from T2 unit into int32, got int32. It doesn't say where, though, is the problem, right? Well, initializing this lead code. Get this hash map. It's probably like, so the problem is in my standard library hash maps. Over here somewhere. What if I just run it? Hello bit casual. Cast examples map. Yeah, I guess that's the problem. So in the examples hash map, we have a 4 key string and value string. In hash map into iterate map, iterated. Okay, so this is because the std hash map the into iterator has a different type, right? So this is a hash map into this, into unit. Expected type hash map into unit got unit. Hold on. Function. Map, which is a hash map, into unit with unit, and then eventually we instead do with generator handler here. And this is a CFG if here inside, right? while initializing the expression. Expected type reference to hash map. Nothing. Got this. While instantiating the template hash map into iterator. Yes. I was instantiating this one. So what's wrong here? Map is a hash map. Oh, wait, hold on. Into iterator map. What is map? Map is just a hash map, yeah. It's not a reference, yes. I am doing the into iterator here. That's fine. Hash map KV. Native hash map into iterator. Do I need to potentially type this thing? Maybe? No. Expected type reference hash map and two things into unit got nothing. I feel like my error reporting is not good there. What if I comment this? It's some other, wait, it's some other function. It is some other function. Expect type, reference, and two arguments, which means that the insert is actually the one that having the problem, right? What about the insert here? It's a reference, key, and value into the unit. Map, key, value. Yes. Oof. Okay, let's work on the improving the error message then. What's the problem? I'm trying to instantiate the template over here. Right? Expected type unit into hash map, but I got a hash map while instantiating the template. Let's see. While instantiating over here. This happens when I'm doing the instantiation. I have a template. Maybe like some question marks here. Maybe this argument. Oh, wait, hold on. So the argument, let's do the context. Argument doesn't match. Not context wrapper, right? That's what they call it. Wait, there is context. Context is the same thing. Yeah. Am I writing my own language? Yes, I am writing my own language. Hello? Okay, so it's not this, it's not that. Where else do I have the question mark? Over here, eval. Context. Failed to eval argument. What else? Context. Failed to pattern match argument. And this is the, oh, this is the result type. Yeah, the result type, right? Result type is match. That's probably the result type there. Is the division flooring or truncating? You mean for integers? So if you want to talk about the divisions and the arithmetics in general, right now it's not like in its final state, so it's working like in Rust, so it's the truncating division. But eventually, I don't want to have like the integer division and floating point division to be the same thing. I want to have a separate operator for integer division, kind of like Python does, or like Zig does also, right? Although Zig language does it in an ugly way, I think, right? Zig division operator. Language reference. Division. Like, I think Zig for the floating point numbers has the divide dot operator, which I think is ugly. Right? And for integers, there is just a normal div. I think I much prefer the Python's approach, where you have 1 divided by 2 is just giving you 0.5, and 1 divided by 2 with integer division gives you the 0, right? So having this, because the semantics of this division and this division is completely different, right? So why they should have a different operator. That's one thing. Will this have LLVM backend? Probably in the far future, though. I don't think LLVM backend is going to happen anytime soon. I will most likely use CraneLift instead for the native builds. Either that or generate assembly myself just for fun. To try it. So yeah. And also about the arithmetic, so like this is just I think is important. I think instead of the double slash, I might see myself using the Pascal operator, like div 1 div 2 instead for the integer division. Maybe, I don't know. Like, I mean, my syntax is extensible though, so you can change that if you really want also. And then another part about the arithmetics is like the overflows. So for example, when you say 1 billion multiplied by 1 billion, right? I mean, Python has the big integers, so that works. But if we do that in Rust, this will panic in debug build, and then it will wrap in the release build. And I think that's also weird. So this is going to be handled through the effect system, which is going to allow you to configure the overflow behavior, whether you want the wrapping, the saturating, the undefined behavior, or anything else, or a panic. If the type system knows about instant flows, why have two separate operators? Because they have different semantics. One of the operator is just doing the division, and another operator is doing division plus truncation. It's different semantics. Like, you don't call your functions the same name if you are doing the different things, right? So for the same reason, these operators must be different because they are doing different things. I was writing my own language as well, but then got distracted by another project, and now it's in my backlog. Nice. So will // be a comment? Right now I'm using the hashtag for comment, but I don't know. I will probably change the syntax of comments. Yeah. I don't know. / I can use the // Yeah, but I don't know. What is the syntax for comments? It's that's the biggest the most important part of designing the programming language, right? Right now, I'm not satisfied with the way I'm doing my comments. I have like a mix. I have a mix of have a hashtag and like the slash, because a hashtag is just the comment until the end of line, and then the slash star is like the scoped comment, and that's just wrong. That's just wrong. I need to do something. I need to do something. I'm pretty sure that the comments that are spanning should have the parentheses on them, so maybe like open parentheses and then hashtag like this will be the thing. The reason I'm using the hashtag for the comment is because of the shebang, because you can do something like this, usr bin env cast, for interpreting the code if you want to. But we can make this a special case in the beginning of the file. That's what Rust does, right? Anything other than // or /* is bad. Nah, I don't like the /*. // is okay, /* is bad, I think. If it's hashtag, then it's a scripting language. It is a scripting language. This is the language. We have both. This language is supposed to be usable as a scripted language, as a compiled language, as embedded scripting language, as anything. You know. We have all of the use cases. You're trying out the cast playground. Our types definitions broken at the moment. Play cast lang org. No, they're not broken, I think. What did you try to write here? You can do... You need to do a const here. Const my type is, for example, int32 and int64. And then you do something like let x, my type, is 1, 2. And then you can do dbgx, right? This, and then you run this, and it will print you 1, 2 of type int32, int64. Yeah, you cannot do a let. A let is something that is available at runtime. Since the types, since you're using the type here, this must be available at compile time, so use the const. Yeah. I think this also will work. No. You need to specify the type here. For reasons. Because this can mean two different things. Yeah. Float 6412. There you go. You can do that. 0. Invalid digit. Yeah, that's fine. What are you trying to do on the playground? Hello, Mark, by the way. That's what Air Force One said about Swift. What exactly? About Swift? The common syntax? He's getting ready to claim the massive bug bounty. He's trying to find the bugs in cast. There are a lot of bugs, I'm certain of it. I think I'm going to rewrite the language from scratch at some point, where like once there is enough features in the language, I kind of will want to refactor the entire code base, which probably means that I will just rewrite it from scratch mostly. Not rewrite it into itself, just like still in Rust. That it would be scripting language and everything else Swift. Did they ever like deliver? Did they have the prototype of the scripting language? Though, like, I have it working. kind of, right? My bot, if you do this, my bot is working as an it has embedded cast language inside the code, which is Rust code. Bot like this. Here's the source code. So we have the source of the bot. It looks like this. I have the language. I have cast. Yeah, I'm just initializing the cast. This is embeddable scripting engine, basically. I evaluate some file there. And then I just call the function with whenever a chat message is appearing. I'm calling a function from my thing here. Yeah, so like the bot is basically just a function from string into an optional reply. And this is written in cast already. And I have already the compiler. It just compiles to JavaScript. Not to the native code, but the native code will come too. And I have the, yeah, and it is usable as a standalone interpreter too. So I feel like that is already there. Basically, the proof of concept at least. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, result type mismatch. That's what was happening. Result type mismatch. Expected unit into hash map got hash map. In this thing. Oh, wait. I know why. It's because I'm using the std collection star. Hash map is now a type and not a thing. Yes, that makes sense. I need like to figure this out properly. Like I have the hash map, which is the name of the module, and the hash map is the name of the type 2 inside of that module. So the type of this is something like hash map dot hash map with key and value types. It's weird. I need to no, well, hold on. No, I'm using std collection star. Not std collections hash map star. Wait. No. Okay, if I comment this. Let's have the minimal example. Like this. I just make the new hash map. That's it. Okay. DBG map. Okay. Okay, wait a second. Yes. So this was resulted in a function, not in the actual hash map. So if I call this now, then I will have the actual map, right? Yes. This is weird. Okay, so let's see. Hash map new, I guess, is wrong. Hash map new. This is a function that returns hash map. Function, yeah, returns hash map. Yeah, because this should be called. There you go. Expect type unit into hash map, got hash map. Is Cast your own language or are you a contributor? It's my own language. My own programming language. As over here. This was working before, but then like I was trying to make it work with JavaScript, so I broke something here. I'm just not sure what is it. Maybe the priorities here is wrong. Yeah, maybe it's the priorities. I need to do something like this, maybe, with parentheses. Yes, that's it. Okay, so I have the wrong priorities. Okay. I think it's better than if I write this code like this. Function that's taking nothing and returns hash map kv this. Yeah. Function map hash map kv key k v returns nothing with nothing. If like that. Function map reference to hash map av key reference to key returns optional reference to v. The size is a function that takes the reference to map, returns int 32. Like that. Okay. Uncomment. Please work. Okay, it worked. Okay, nice. So can I now transpile this to JavaScript though? Lead code. Can I treat properties of undefined reading length? Over here. So this is my JavaScript that I have generated. The list is undefined here. Listref.get. Listref is this argument. This argument is basically these edges, which is supposed to be a list. A reference to a list, right? This function is being called with the reference to these things, which is supposed to be a list. So argument.edges2 is supposed to be a list because it's this and that. Edges1, edges2, variable that. This returns f, which is the convert function. Okay. So convert function over here. This gives me the list. This is a result. I'm supposed to return the result in the end, right? Yeah, I'm returning the result in the end, but this is unreachable code. Wait a second. This is the code that is the convert function. Here's my lead code example. The convert is this function, this inner function. This is the result variable, which I return in the end. And we have a for loop here. Try catch. Return e value. This is the unwindable block. Okay, maybe I'm compiling the unwindable blocks incorrectly. JavaScript. Expression unwindable. I think this might be the incorrect one. Yeah, because I have the statements. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I have the try. It's embedded in the existing thing. That's incorrect. Unwindable must be an expression. So I do statements push, statement expression, self-evaluate expression, like that. And then another unwindable. When I'm evaluating the expression, this must be a scope like this. Then we have statements like that, and this is what I do. So we have a try. Yeah. Statements. Mutable statements. What's name here? Unwindable. We have name, body, and data. I don't care about the data though, right? We just do that. Okay, so unwindable is basically giving me, if anyone is wondering what this is about, this is a block of code that I can return back to. Like returning to the beginning of the function, but it's not just about the functions. It's just a scope that I can go back to, that I can exit out of. All right, we have done progress. Map has is not a function. Map has is not a function. I know why though. I know why though, because so this is the implementation of the JavaScript. This thing, yeah. This is the implementation of the JavaScript hashmap.get. So the hash map is right now just implemented as the JavaScript map object, which is not exactly correct, but it's good enough for my example here. So this takes a reference to the map. A reference to the map doesn't have the method has. We need to first get the map itself, so map.get, to get the actual map, and then we have the has method here. Get. Yes, let's try that. Map get is not a function. This one also would be map.get.set. .get.set, yes, exactly, because this is a reference. Map.get.size. Into iterator should not be the new map. This over here is wrong. Map get. Assertion failed. The variant is sum. We have an assertion that failed. All right, let's do the push-ups and then continue. Done. Okay, so what's happening here? I have somewhere in my code the thing that is just assigning. Let's see. Do I have let sum? I do have let sum over here. That's what I have. Hashmap.get. Is supposed to return sum. Okay. So yeah, this over here, this is supposed to not compile because this is this is a pattern that's potentially failing, but I don't have the exhaustiveness checking right now. Is this a so-called cheat day? What do you mean cheat day? Am I cheating somewhere? And then there's also here, yeah, because we expect the map to contain this thing. Yes. Okay, I actually know. I know another problem. It's because the key is also a reference, right? The key is a reference, but I'm inserting the values, so I need to get the actual value of the key here. Key.get. Key.get. I can have like let me like break this down. This is a little too complex of a thing. And have a and to say this, let map be native map.get, and then key is native key.get. So we get rid of the references here, and then I say if native map has key, then I return some native map get key. Otherwise, I return none. There you go. Yeah, and then this all can be compiled automatically. Oh wait, hold on, but this needs to be this is also not correct because I need to return a reference. So I need to return a reference to this thing. Some reference to this. Okay, maybe this is not correct. While compiling target dependent here in this in scope over there, if underscore into underscore with underscore is not a variant. What do you mean? While evaluating temporary. While evaluating unwindable. It's the collection hash map. This line over here has something wrong. Maybe is it the parentheses because of some reason? Yeah, the priorities of the syntax need to be fixed probably. Okay, nice. Yeah, we'll fix the syntax maybe. All right, so now I cannot read the properties of undefined. Reading get. So I'm trying to get where? Let's see. Of zero object something. This is my generated code now. So this function represents me getting an element out of a map, right? So there you go. The map is so the actual map is a reference, so I get the thing out of the reference. And then this is the actual map. This has type map. If the map has the key, then we return the sum, where value is this. Yeah, I return a reference to this temporary variable. This is wrong, by the way. Yeah, this is wrong. Look at the vars, he's using the refs. 939? What do you mean? Where is the 939? What's the line of code that actually panics? This one. The map.get doesn't work. Line 939. This, if map has... Yeah? What's the problem? What do you mean? Yeah, this is the line. So, I mean, because JavaScript has the reference types, right? As like this over here corresponds to the actual reference in the language, which is in JavaScript I represent it as an object with two methods, get and set. How to get the value behind the reference and how to set the value behind the reference. So over here, since it's a reference to the reference type, I can just get the value behind of it, and that's just the map, right? You know, it gets reassigned. I know what you mean. What gets reassigned? This is assigned once. This variable, right? This over here is not correct, but that's not the problem. I cannot get this map. Oh wait, this is an if. Why do I have an if here? If. What's that? If. So have the this function. Oh, this is if. Wait, what? Wait, what? Return variant none. Return this function. Okay, this is the generic thing. What I call, yeah. So yeah, this is the thing. Then I call it with this thing. This is the vertices. Yeah, the vertices is the map, right? Console log arg this one, node target 373. Yeah, we have, yeah, this one is definitely having the get. Hold on, cannot read properties of undefined reading get. What? Oh, wait a second, what? Look at this code. Yeah, I'm using the variable here that's defined later. That's the problem. It doesn't get reassigned. I'm trying to get the value. I'm trying to use the value after it's defined. Wait a second. Wait, what? What is this code actually? Oh, wait, I know what the problem. I know the problem. I understand the problem. Here's this is actually a bug in my language. This is supposed to be not map 4932. This is supposed to be map 4438 over here. And this one is supposed to be that one. Now we have the problem in the different line, which is very similar. But so the problem is, let's look at this code that I just wrote, right? So the problem is that I have the I am shadowing the variables. And when I'm shadowing the variables, this expression, the native expression that I transpile to JavaScript, when I see this in code, I actually compile this to the native expression and I'm capturing the current scope. But the current scope gets the name of the map be overwritten. So I use the map over here when I'm transpiling this to JavaScript. The map is used like is using like the map from this scope, which in the end of this scope becomes this. So I refer to something from the future here, because I'm using shadowing, and this is wrong. I told you. You told me what? That my language is buggy? It's not the problem that shadowing is bad. It's the problem that my implementation is incorrect. Shadowing is not bad. You can just say that anything is bad if you implement it incorrectly. It is bad. No, it's not bad. I don't agree that shadowing is bad. Shadowing is good. It's annoying to work without shadowing. This is why you disallowed in your language. Your language is annoying. I hate it already. Well, I mean, yeah, we can do like we can do map, like what do I call it? Map underscore e underscore. I just need to fix my implementation. That's the problem. So let's see. I have the compiler. So here's the problem, right? I have expression native over here in the built-ins, expression native, right? So what I'm doing, I'm having the compiler scope to be cloned here, right? So I'm cloning the current compiler scope, but then the compiler scope is mutated later. The problem is that I'm using mutation, I guess. Mutation is bad. Do you disallow that in your language too? Like I need to use the immutable data structure here, save the previous version of it. Dereference map or deref map? That's ugly. I don't know. Immutable by default. Well, I mean but you still have mutation, right? I mean, we can have disable the shadowing on default, by the way, right? Although I think I would prefer the other way. I would have shadowing enabled by default, but then you can disable it for yourself if you want. Sure. Depends on how we define mutation. Is record update a mutation? No. Record update, I mean, like, if you still have the reference to the old record and you observe this mutation through the same reference, then that's mutation. If you do the functional but in place mutation, then that's not real mutation. That's an optimization that results in code that is mutating the state. But from the user point of view, there is no mutation. They're going with functional programming mutation like Elixir does. Well, I mean, even in function programming, they still have these things which are called, like, in Haskell, you have like IOREF or, I don't know, STREF, right? Which I am assuming Elixir has something like that too. In OCaml, they have like mutable fields, or they have like references to types, which is basically the shorthand syntax for the thing where you have the mutable value inside, right? I don't know about Elixir. Elixir has no pointers. There is no way. Elixir mutation. Elixir state. How to deal with the state. Every update you do results in a whole new object. Mm, mm. Oh, okay. So like you update your entire state then, right? Yeah, you do something similar to the Haskell state monad then. Probably, right? You don't, yeah, like in Haskell, you don't need to use the stref or ioref. You can just use the state monad, and then you just update the entire value there. Yeah, I guess that's possible, but I don't know. I feel like it's hard to use. Elixir in place mutation. How is Elixir immutable if it lets you mutate variables? I just want to note that I'm very new to functional programming. You don't mutate the variable directly. It allocates a new variable on the heap when you reassign that variable, and it uses the new variable in place of the old one. Okay, sure. Where does Elixir allow mutable variables? I'm pretty sure there must be like an escape hatch somewhere still. Like there's a reason Haskell doesn't do it all with just this with just that. Where does Haskell allow mutable variables? Everywhere, pretty much. Variable isn't mutated though, it's rebound, yes. So if you want to rebind something inside of an if, you would need to have your if expression entirely return like the new state, and then you assign that to your like state variable, whatever. Okay. Yeah, the BeamVM doesn't include it at all. All right. I mean, that's one way to do it. Yeah, sure. I'm not. I don't think. I don't know. I guess I didn't really try. Maybe, but I feel like it should be annoying. Sometimes you can get used to it though. Yeah. Test is if true. Do new else old. Yeah. Yeah, like you need to always, so like you always have the else case in your if expressions if you want to have to mutate some state, because you need to specify the old state there in case no mutation is happening, basically, right? It defaults to nil. Oof, that's ugly though. Why did they do that? Nil. Eh. They remove the mutation from the language, but they don't remove the nil. No, that's wrong. Okay, what was I doing? I'm compiling my cast JavaScript, and we have the problem saying that cannot read properties of undefined. Here. Yeah, because of the shadowing of the variables. Right, I remember now. Okay. Don't distract me, DevNinja. I mean, distract me all you want, but I need to like fix my bug, you know? So compiler scope is this is basically a reference to the scope, and the scope has a inner mutation. We have locals, which is like basically behind a mutex, and locals is like a hash map from the like, yeah. So we can get variables by names or by IDs here. Yeah, and then if I shadow, then I will get like the later defined thing. Is the problem? Like I need the captured. So whenever I capture, right? Self-capture. Wait, what? Self-scopes weak ref. I have this. Lone impel true. Wait, I have a weak ref too. Huh? Scopes weak ref. Lone impel is weak. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. So I have this scopes cloning, which is actually not correct, right? I should instead do cast dot capture. Actually, that's what I should do. Captured. I have a park here, it's fine. Scopes clone. Mm -hmm. Select target dependent branch. Target dependent scopes clone. With scopes clone. Captured. Just capture. Interscope impel. This is just cloning. Seems all the loops examples don't work, like loops and big list. Yeah, probably. Some like not all of the examples are actually working. Yes. This is because I don't infer the type here right now. You need to specify ::char here, I think. Let's try this. Cast examples loop. Right? That's what you had in your error messages. Hold on, I have this thing mismatched with scopes captured. Clone. Captured is this with scopes. Scopes. Star captured clone. Star captured clone. What's the big list example? I don't even remember. I just sometimes write code and then I forget about it. I will eventually make sure that all my tests are tested. All my examples are tested. Right now I have a test that tests that all examples are tested, but I'm ignoring that test. Yeah, there you go. See, this works. But it will not work if you remove this, because I don't have the inference for this yet. Wait, this doesn't even show me the error? What? You can get the while loop. The while loop is maybe is broken right now, yeah. While loop is potentially broken. Can I have a continue and breaks? Do they work? No, the breaks and continues also don't work here. Yeah, but the general loop is working. Like that. Currently I have test that test if tests are run, but I'm ignoring the test. Yeah, that's how it works. All right. Hold on. How do I fix the shadowing? How do I fix the shadowing? Whenever I capture a thing, right? So native over here, right? Compiler scope, right? This is it. I am capturing the scope here. I'm cloning the scope. Save reference to it. Scope. The locals are there. Maybe I need to... Like, there's this thing. There's two different types of scopes in the language. There is a scope that is recursive, and there is the scope that's not recursive. So if I say a scope like this, let x be 1, and I say let x be 2, and inside of this, I say let y be a recursive scope, where let z is 1, and something like this, right? So for example, in this scope, I should be able to reference, like recursive scopes should not allow shadowing. I should only have a single variable with the name there. The normal scopes should allow that. But then when I am capturing the scope, like even this one, this scope has this scope as parent, but it doesn't have the entire scope as parent, right? It's only having like as a parent basically everything before this, because this one is not recursive, right? So technically, when I have a scope that is not recursive like this is technically two scopes. First scope is this, second scope is that. So for every variable, so for every like semicolon, for every statement is basically generating a new scope, kind of, right? With the previous ones being its parent. I think that's how it should work. Right? So if I have expression, if I have macro, then I guess is what I call it. This is when we have the list of things. We compile it to a single expression like that. But for every one, I want to enter a new scope where the current scope is the parent. Yeah, I think that makes sense. But only if it's not the recursive one. If cast scope. Scopes. New scope type. Olivia, hello, hello. Is scope type saved anywhere? Scope new. It's inside of the scope itself, yeah. What if I store the type here too? Type, scope type. Type. Because this thing implements the copy and everything, yeah. And clone will be just type self then. Enter definition site. Oof. What does this even mean? Who knows? Who even knows what this means? I forgot. I forgot. Pacvan, hello, hello. Okay, so I have the type, and then I can figure it out when I'm compiling the list like this. I say if scopes type is scope type. I'm going to just match this thing. If it's not recursive, then I say cast is cast enter scope. So I just enter a new scope for every expression. Otherwise, I don't do anything. Is this going to work? And then I potentially do the same for, so like this is the compiler part of it. The interpreter part should do the same then. Yeah, I just evaluate this, but then I should do that, and then I say match cast scopes type. If it's non-recursive, then cast is cast enter scope. Otherwise, I don't do anything. Okay, is it going to fix it? Please. Fix. Probably should just run the tests here to see if I broke anything by doing that, but I shouldn't. Oh, it says int32 is not found now. Amazing. Just REPL. Even the REPL doesn't work. Cannot get fields of type. But this is not the type. So output is current output. This is the let. Oh, wait. I understand now. Do you recommend Raylib library to make 2D games? Sure. You can use the raylib. I never used it myself, but I mean, it looked simple. Yeah. Like, what kind of games do we try to make? Like a simple game. Raylib is good, I guess. Why not? I recommend you just make a game. It doesn't matter what you use at all. You can make game with anything. My game is on custom engine? Yeah, it is. So the problem is... So the problem is... when I'm compiling this line, I'm trying to figure out what does this output refer to. And it resolves this to the type output, right? This is also shadowing here, right? This is also shadowing. Okay, let's see. When I'm compiling the AST in this new scope that I just entered, right? This has the current scopes as my parent, which makes sense. Can you make a game with some paper and icicles? Machine code is my suggestion. What is machine code? The suggestion is a suggestion to who? To Olivia, who's trying to make a game. So you make game with machine code. Yes, you can make a game with machine code, I guess. So when I'm compiling, macro let, this one, right? Pattern. I'm doing the injection of the bindings of the pattern, right? Into the current scope. Yeah. Yes, yes. So it should still work. Right? What's the problem? Just REPL, no stdlib. Let's run without the standard library. Can I say let x be 1? Let int32 is a native int32. Int32 is a type. Let x int32 is 1. So this works, right? Let x, hold on, so if I have a scope, let x be int32 be 2, native, and then x, let's do this. Yeah, so this is at the problem, right? I have shadowed the variable and use this. If I say let y be 2 and then show y, this says y not found. Yes. Why does this say Y is not found? If I'm entering the scope, then like the previous line should be my parent scope here, right? And I should be able to find the Y here. I'm just entering the scope. Yeah. Oh! Wait. Macro then. Like, this should result in cast having the scope to be equal to the last scope too, right? I just say cast is equal to... Oh, wait, hold on. I'm cloning the cast in the list. Okay, this should be like that. It should be outside of the list. This is stupid. I was just cloning the original one and having that as my parent. There we go. Okay, let's try again. Would you prefer singletons or namespaces with global space functions and variables? I prefer not having globals at all. What we have in this language, we have the context system, which allows you to have scoped globals. So scoped globals is better. Which is not a global, right? But is there a better name for it than the scoped global? I mean the context. That's what it is. Int32 is native int32. X int32 is 1. Let x be 2x. Let x int32 is this. Okay, there we go. Now this works. Okay. Let's run the tests. Then it is no longer global, I would say. Well, so the problem is that there is no existing language that allows you to use the scoped globals as like easily. As far as I understand, Jai has this very similar system. Jai doesn't have the documentation. There is this though, the Jai community wiki. So I have I think they have very similar things. So they call it context. Look at this. Right? So Jai has a first-class concept of context, which is always present and accessible, but beyond being a simple global state variable, a new context can be pushed, changing the operational context for duration, right? So what does it mean to push the context? It means that your global variable has a different value for a certain duration, which is like for a certain scope, basically. So that's why I call it a scoped global. So one of the example of a global thing that you usually use is the allocator in languages that are low level, right? So you have an allocator and you want, in some specific section of a code, you want to use a different allocator. So you change your allocator for the duration of the scope, which is what they do. They push context like a new allocator, and inside of this you do stuff with the new allocator, basically, right? But it's not just the about the allocator. There are basically anything that can be used there. Does that make sense? I don't know if there's other languages that do that. The other languages that do similar things is the languages with the effect systems, basically. And then you have the kind of like the state effect. So Here's the Haskell example, for example, right? Think about like the monad, I guess. So you can the strict thread local mutable value of type S here, right? So you can basically get the current value of your state, or you can like mutate this, right? I mean, yeah, this is different. Maybe so. Like if we're just talking about the global that we need to access, then something like the read state probably. This allows mutation too of your global variable basically, but I mean it's the same thing. Yeah, this is done with effect systems, but I guess you can do the same with just the state monad in Haskell, right? So the state monad, while you are inside the monad, you have access to the state. Outside of the monad, you cannot get your like. So for example, your global variable doesn't exist basically outside of the scope. So like until you have pushed it into your scope, it doesn't exist, right? So if you have not pushed the allocator, you cannot allocate at all. Is the idea? So because you don't always have access to some contexts, and this is supposed to be also type checked, right? So basically your functions. That's why we have this this syntax with input, right? So this is the function readLine. ReadLine is a function that takes no arguments, returns a string, but it needs the input. The input is the type of the context that allows you to read from the input, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reading a line from the standard input. I can override the standard input to be something else. And similar to that, the print function in my language is a function that takes a string, returns nothing, but it requires the output context. This means that like it's an object representing how to write stuff, basically, right? That's what it is. And then so like by default, when you launch the interpreter, these so like this depends on like on your target basically. So the interpreter is initializing the output to be the thing that is printing to the standard output, but you can override it and you can use the print function which will print somewhere else, like into a buffer or whatever, you know. Yeah, similar to that, like the file system. If I want to read a file, then I need access to the file system, right? Not the file system is not always there. Like there are targets where the file system is just literally not present, like when I'm compiling my code to run in the browser. Browser doesn't give you access to the file system. But you can provide your own fake file system, for example. It's like usable for it's useful for writing tests, for example, right? So you want to write a test that does something with the file system, but you give it the fake file system instead, as an example. And also, like I'm using this for tests literally for the output, right? Because I want to test that my programs print specific things. So I override my output to be the one that is actually capturing the thing, and then once my program runs, I can test that the output is the same as I expected. Yeah. I guess the other thing that the other languages that do that, there are languages that call this thing the capability system. Capability system, maybe. Capability language. Capability objects. Object capability model, maybe, right? So like basically you pass to your function. This acts like as an implicit argument, kind of. So in order to print something, you need to not only provide the string that you want to print, but also where do you want to print it, right? So this acts like as an implicit argument in a way too. I think like languages like Scala call those capabilities, basically. A guide to capabilities in Scala. 404. Nice. Caps. Traits that represent capability in object capability model. There are thing, object capability model, I guess this over here. And this just gives me the wiki. So yeah, capabilities are also kind of a way to have a scope global, although in Scala I think they are more explicit. No, Scala also has like the this way of having the implicit arguments, right? Scala given instances, which is basically also the implicit arguments to your functions, which allow you to basically do the same thing. So yeah, you basically that's your question was this, right? Do I want singletons or global functions? Neither. We use this pattern where you don't have anything global, everything can be overridden basically. So we have scoped globals in the form of like implicit arguments or something. Is an implicit argument a default argument? No, it's not. An implicit argument is the argument that is passed automatically to your function based on the thing, based on your scope. So you can only call a function that requires an implicit argument if you have this implicit argument in your scope, basically. Right? Contextual abstractions. I don't like these examples. They are too long. Is there no short summary of this? You can ask ChatGPT, I guess. Short summary of Scala. Modern replacement for implicits. So yeah, basically you have this thing. You have given, which defines a value that can be automatically used in any function that requires a value. Right? This one specifically is saying print show value t using as, which is show t. So they use it for also the trait implementations, I guess, right? So there is an implicit argument which is the the traits literally. So you have like how do you convert a value of type t into a string, right? Because in order to print a value of type t, you need to know how to convert it into a string. So that function that represents the conversion is being passed here automatically through this implicit system, right? So this thing is basically a global variable, a global function of type show int, which is being passed to this function automatically. But it's different from an actual global because this can be done inside of a scope. So yeah, in Jai they call this not given, they call it push context, I guess. In my language, I just use the with keyword for both using and injecting the context. So you are constrained to C++. Would you prefer between the two methods mentioned above? I would try to get out of C++ as fast as possible. I don't know. I mean, a singleton is just a global variable. What's the difference? There is no difference between a global variable and a singleton, right? That's what a singleton is. It's a global variable. You thought it was a great language? C++? Thanks for the sub, Nerdzel. I don't know. I don't think C++ is a great language. I mean, it's a great language in terms of it gives you great power, and it also makes and like with great power comes great responsibility, you know. And the and C++ as the language puts the responsibility on the programmer, which is why I don't like it. Rust is another language which is powerful, like C++. Basically, but a lot of the responsibility is on the compiler instead of on the programmer. That's why I use Rust instead of C++, because it's better. Because I don't want responsibility, you know? I want the power, but I don't want responsibility. I want someone else to check my code. So I make the compiler do that job. I don't want to do that job myself. I'm lazy, all right? Then you're only left with C? What? If you don't use C++? No, there is Rust. There is Zig. C is not the only choice. Okay, we have tests. Tests. So the only two tests that are failing is the test that all examples are tested, and this one, unsafe without unsafe context. All right, which is totally fine. These are the tests that are supposed to be failing. I ignore them. Okay, so I didn't break anything, it seems, by doing that. And if I didn't break anything, then we can try doing the lead code again. I overflow the stack. Beautiful. Let's give it 1 GB of stack. There we go. So now we can not read properties of undefined reading get. Wait, what? This is the same problem. Wait, I didn't fix it? How did I not fix it? I literally fixed it. But then it does not fix it here. Hash map. So like over here, I'm shadowing. So this thing. Oh, wait. Wait a second. Okay, it's because I'm compiling it in the wrong way. Yeah. Like, let's see how I'm compiling this expression over here. Let map be this thing. So I need to compile basically the value using the previous scope, and then inject this new binding into the scope like after this is done, right? So let's take a look at how this works.
But this also, wait, hold on. But I only have the one scope here, right? Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. Yes, but a singleton is still an instance of a class which holds non-static global members, and singleton is still an instance of a class which holds non-static global members. Also, when wanting to call a function on the data, you have to refer to an instance. Whereas for global variables, you don't have that middleman. Might be wrong. Well, the instance of a global variable is basically, it's an instance of a class, which is the module, I guess, something like this. So you have something like this. You have the standard, like you have the singleton. It's just an object which has the let's say function f inside, you know, function f, which is I don't know, print hello, right? So this is my singleton. So singleton dot f prints hello world, right? How is that different? Like I guess like in C++ you don't you don't really treat like namespaces as objects, as instances of classes, but like what's the difference? You know? So singleton is basically just a thing with the field f. In your normal, like if you do it as a not an object, but as just a freestanding function, in C++ you just say that singleton colon f instead, right? But like it's just like basically different syntax for the same thing, kind of. I mean, I guess like in C++ there is the initialization order for the statics, true. So like because of that, maybe you want to have the I guess the difference, if you would talk about C++, the singletons and like the freestanding functions, is that the singleton can be like lazy initialized, right? So you say singleton get, and this is the function that would be initializing your singleton if it's not there yet. If you just use the freestanding functions, then you need to initialize your state basically immediately, right? And then there is C++ needs mutexes for static variables because of that. Well, I mean, yeah, but like when you're writing a singleton, and singleton get is basically a function that wraps like your entire state into like mutex, I guess, right? That's how you write it. So like you don't have a mutex for every single variable, but like for the entire state. I don't know, like there is not much difference between global things and singletons. It's just different way to write the same thing. There are some technical like details that you need to think about, but conceptually it's the same thing. Okay. All right. Why does my program not work? Because when I am in my compiler compiling macro assign So here's what I'm doing, right? I'm compiling the assignee expression, and then I'm compiling the value, all in the same scope, which means that when I am capturing this thing, I have enter def site. Yeah, this is like something about the hygiene. I remember reading an article where they looked at the assembly that is generated when you use static variables. C++ has gotten smart about it. I remember reading that C++ compiles your code differently, like if you are calling into the thread spawning or not, like the std shared pointer, because this thing needs to work with multiple threads, right? This needs to be a thread safe. So in Rust it's an arc. In Rust we have arc and we have the RC. This one is thread safe. This one is not thread safe, right? So so this one has like needs to use the atomic reference counting, and this one doesn't, because of that, right? And the shared pointer in C++ can compile to either an arc or an RC. Like it's either going to use the atomics or not, depending if somewhere in your code you're actually spawning threads. I think I read something about that. So like the same code can be compiled to different thing depending on what you do in the other places of your code, something. How does it know at compile time if there will be threads? Good question. So it's not done at linking time, right? Because yeah, it is at compile time. Right? I don't know. Like maybe I'm wrong, but I remember reading something about that. The linker would not be able to, or maybe linker can do something. Involved a manual flag? Maybe. But it was automatic though. Git stash REPL. I'm wondering if my code was buggy already, because this does this compiles the assignee first, and then the oh, it injects the assignee bindings after I do that. Yes, that's why. Okay. Yeah, the injection of the bindings is weird. So yeah, the order doesn't matter because I only inject the bindings later. So that will be fine, right? If I say let x be 1, and then I say let x be 2x, this will still return the 2. I mean that's how it's supposed to be, yes. Yeah, I guess I wanted to say let x be x and then x. Oh wait, this is wrong. This over here is wrong. Why is x 2? Because I did this in the parentheses. So that wasn't supposed to work like that. Okay. We have a bug. That's the bug that was there before. Let x be 1. X is 1. Let x be 2. X is 2. This is just incorrect. What if I have more parentheses? Rename cast to boxed. Let me just commit what I did. Okay, you know what? Let's just not think about this. It seems like I need to think about how to fix my issues here. Let's instead fix the compilation by just not using shadowing. It's over here. I say map. So this map and this map and this key and this key will be arg, map argument and key argument, and then over here we just do a new variable. Share pointer will give you 3 kinds of different representation of the heap depending on how you construct it. Okay, come on. Work. Loop is not defined. Return loop. Okay. Native loop is what I'm looking for. So we have the syntax for a loop. This native thing, when I'm using native, this one is only working for the interpreter. So if target is interpreter, then I just do the native loop body. And if the target is JavaScript, so a native loop is just the thing that is just the infinite loop. That's the only built-in thing that I need to support. So in the JavaScript, we just say for 2 semicolons, and then we do body, right? And body is a function taking no arguments. So I call this, but I need to pass the context, ctx, like this, right? Yeah, I think this is it. Unexpected token 4. Oh wait, I cannot do return 4. Because this is not an expression, right? Since this needs to be an expression, I need to wrap it into a closure. And then invoke it immediately like this. That's how JavaScript works, right? Oh shit, look at this. 87788. Hold on. Does this mean that my code actually works? So the code that I'm trying to compile to JavaScript here, this is the solution of the LeetCode 3373 in cast. Let's go to LeetCode. It's a hard LeetCode problem. They call it hard, at least. Daily check-in. Problems. Hold on with your push-ups. I need to know if my solution is actually going to be accepted by the LeetCode. I'm just going to paste the JavaScript code here, and it's going to work, right? I'm also testing, right? So the expected result for the first one is 87788, and this is literally what I got here for the first test. The second test, I guess I can do the console logging here too. For the second test, which is this is the second example. So if I run this code now, and we're going to run the both examples. For the first example, the answer is 87788. And for the second example, the answer is 36666. There we go. So let's just now do this. Target 33 JavaScript. Copy this to the clipboard. Paste this thing here. We have 1500 lines of JavaScript. Submit. Time limit exceeded. All right. Well, I mean, this is a hard one, right? This one has the very, very big inputs. I can copy. I can try copying this. I want to have like a big example, and I want to make sure that it works not too slowly. Is it because I'm generating the bad code somewhere? Like how slow it actually is, I'm wondering. 3373.input txt. This is the edges 1. And there is supposed to be edges 2 somewhere too, right? Over here. Copy. Let's do a JavaScript here. Edges 1 is this. Edges 2 is that. Wait, isn't this the same thing? That looked like the same thing. Let's do JSON. Can you format this JSON? Oh, there you go. It's formatted. Beautiful. Oh no, my VS Code is hanging, like trying to have this LeetCode input here. Okay, now it works fine. Well, I mean, yeah, this is a pretty big input, so yeah. This is a pretty big input. For sure. Alright, let me do the push-ups, I guess. Since it didn't really work. I mean, maybe it worked, right? Because I can at least test. Can I run like on the test cases? Yeah, like it actually works. It just works too slowly. right? So we need to generate better JavaScript, which is faster. Okay. Bam, bam, oh, no, no. All right, push-ups. All right, 220. Because why not? Okay, so I want to try and run my program actually on this input. For this, 80 push-ups on one set. No, not on one. That's just in total today. And today is since 0000. Okay, so I need to load the input. I need to load the input. How do I load the input? Oh wait, I do not need to load the input, right? We have JavaScript. JavaScript can do that for me. So instead of like doing these two examples, let's do this. We're just going to generate some JavaScript here. How do I load Node.js read JSON from file? Fs read file. Callback. Fs read file sync. That's what I want. Right? Node fs read file sync. Read file sync examples. Lead code 3373 input JSON.
Can you read chat, please?
JavaScript with just we can just require the JSON file directly. Okay. The compiler thinks 1 minus 2 is a call expression, not math. Wait, what? One minus 2? No, it's -1. Which compiler are you talking about? Or is it that in the on the playground? DBG 1 minus 2. You need to, yeah, you need to like specify that this is we don't have the defaults, which is kind of annoying. Maybe I should have comp time with default number literal based on dot. Is that what I call it? Default number type based on dot. Yeah, there we go. I'm in the parentheses. Let me ask, how did you decide to name its name to be the? No, the name is not the name is cast, but it is the programming language because it's the language, the one language to rule them all, basically, you know? I'm not sure what you mean, the parentheses. In my opinion, a lot of people use unique pointers or just storing T references to set up their application in a ways that requires full knowledge of the application to reason about lifetimes, even though the setup involves few objects and it only run once. This kind of sucks because your coworkers need to be on the same page of how long which thing lives. Shared ownership would make that trivial, and you still only pay for the same interaction on access. Like talking about references to a single renderer or a single window adapter and whatnot. That's what Raymarch said. I'll pretend that I understood it. Yes. Due to your past affiliation with LeetCode, I don't think we can trust a successful outcome. Definitely cheating. Yes, I'm cheating. New merch idea, cast ring to rule them all. We have cast code printed on the ring instead of the Elvish, right? Okay, I need to just do require. But how does require work in JavaScript? Is this relative or absolute? I want relative to the current working directory, not to the thing, right? How does require work in JavaScript? If I do here require, depends on my path, on the file path. Require examples LeetCode 3373.input.json. Require not found. Wait, what? Oh, I'm in cast, not in the node. Require examples. It code 3373 input. Cannot find the module, even though this file literally exists. In which directory you are? Can I know the current working directory from inside the JavaScript? I mean, anyway, outside of the JavaScript, my current working directory is this. So I do have the file. I literally clicked on it, right? Process CVD. Yeah. I mean, does Node change the process current working directory? No, this is the same one as the outside of the node, so yeah. So when I have require, you know, so require. Do we have the format strings in this? Can I just do? I guess I can do process current working directory plus this. So then it works. See? So like it works. They have $var. How does that work in JavaScript? Can I not just do this? Process CWD? No. Does it only work inside the double quotes? No. Oh, it's a different syntax. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So I just do that, right? Do I need to process CWD here? That's weird, right? Otherwise, it's relative to the current module, right? And since I'm inside of the interpreter, the current module just doesn't have the path, so there is no, like, nothing would be accessible, I think.
You can have relative paths, a dot. Like it needs to actually write the dot here. Yes, okay. Okay, but this one is relative to the module, right? To the current module, not to the current working directory. Anyway, like I mean, it doesn't really matter too much for me. Require process current working directory examples lead code 3373 input JSON. So this would be input. Let input be this, and then I also print console log max target nodes. Wait, can we have like in JavaScript also the pattern matching? Can I have the function let f be a thing which takes an object with two variables a and b, a plus b? Does that work? F a is 1 and b is 2. Is that how it works? Yeah, okay, nice. I think that's then I will do this. This regards the context though, but I mean yeah, it regards context. I'm just saying that this, I guess, is how I will write this. Yeah. And then in these examples, I actually have an object, edges 1 is that, and
Read chat.
edges 2 is this. It's relative to the file /cwd in REPL. If you're in target, you need to do dot. Yeah, but like I don't want it to be dependent on where I'm placing my generated JavaScript, right? I want it to depend on the actual runtime thing. It shouldn't depend on where my script is located. So yeah, and then I just do this directly. Max target nodes with the input. Okay, let's just try running this. JavaScript destructuring, yeah. Maximum call stack size exceeded. But in the on the LeetCode website, this was not my error. The error was that I actually did the time limit. Can I increase the JavaScript stack size? This is probably this is probably the issue in the code that I'm generating though. Like, why would I be overflowing my stack like this? Stack. No, not ChatGPT. JavaScript increase stack. You cannot increase it from within the JavaScript code itself. Node stack size. Yes, there is node stack size, right? Why did I not see this in my help? Node stack size. Yeah, node stack size. Default is usually around 1 megabyte. Stack size 1 gigabyte. Illegal value for stack size of type int. Does it require an equal sign here? Wait, so this worked. Okay, it wasn't even that slow, right? This wasn't even that slow. Let's do time node. So it works in 4 seconds. I mean, I guess like, so like this thing works in 4 seconds, but for this LeetCode problem, the actual time limit is what, like 1 second? Where's the time limit even like described on the LeetCode side? Is it shown anywhere? Time limit. I don't see the time limit. X minus X doesn't work. Okay, so okay, this is not a bug. This is a feature mark. Okay, which I'm not sure if we are going to keep it or not. But basically, this is a feature that's called kebab case. So when you are working with, it's usually used in the package managers, I guess. So I can say like, you know, let hello world be hello world, like this. Because we can have identifiers having the dashes inside of them. All right, it's a feature. It's called kebab case. Instead of using the underscore here, we can use our dashes. It's a feature, all right? There are not a lot of languages that do that, but one of the languages is the Nix, right? So you see over here, this is a single identifier in Nix. Well, do you even have the in Nix the math? I don't know. I guess like in this language you don't have the math at all. Why would you want that? Why? Because kebab case is a nice case. You use that a lot yourself, probably. You name your files like this. You have your, like in command line options, you use the kebab case. This is not math here, right? It's actually used a lot. Like I can see it can be a little bit confusing though sometimes when you write math without spaces. So maybe I will delete this. I will think about it more. Dev Ninja, what do you want? I was just talking about that bug, which is not a bug, it's a feature. Can you name it let minus var? No. No, there are rules for it. We support the dashes inside of the thing, but not outside. I mean, you can have like any name technically. You can even have spaces inside, but if for that to work, you need to make it a raw identifier like this. You say raw hello world. This is the syntax for the raw identifier. And then you can have anything inside of it, like you can do it in a normal string. Hello world, like this, right? Then you can have parentheses inside and whatever you want. Spaces. Okay, I just need to speed up my code. Why is my code slow? Why is my code slow? How about we try something? How about we try something? Something like...
Examples, lots of math. Let's do this, lots of math. I'll do the same thing. Then I have JavaScript transpile main, where main is a function. Main with the input. Something like that. It hurts reading so many irregular symbols. Where? In which code? In this code? How many irregular symbols are there? Like, this is just a regular code so far. Okay, so we have the input, which has just one. List of int32, right? Just two. List int32. The add name you showed previously. Well, you're not supposed to write code like that. It's like sometimes you want to name your variable as a keyword, for example. That's where you would use it. It's the same syntax they use in Zig. In Rust, you do r hashtag if, for example. If you want to call your variable if, you do this. So and for me, it's this instead. This means that I can do spaces if else, but Rust cannot have spaces in the raw identifier syntax. Damn, you get used to it. I mean, this is not going to be seen very often. This is a feature to escape an identifier. To like once again, you use it only if you want to have an identifier with a space. But why would you want that, right? Like you don't want that normally. So it's normally would be used just to escape a keyword and make a keyword be an identifier, which you also don't just don't write in normal code anyway. Spaces with the dashes seems better for math notation readability. Yes. Which is why I think like kebab case is fine. Like I can have the variable called x dash y, and then I subtract from that the z. So like this over here is the binary subtraction operator, and this over here is just the part of this identifier. But yeah, I don't know. Like I really like the kebab case, but at the same time, yeah, it's a little weird. Might remove that. See, why don't you make your identifier context aware then? Like if you are in a const statement, then even a keyword is a valid identifier. Yeah, we can do that. Yes, I can do that. I will probably do that. But like the thing is, anything can be like if I say let if be 1 to 3. This is technically like the way Mari parser works right now. This over here can be anything. This over here this is not expecting an identifier, it's expecting an assignee expression specifically. So like this over here can be like, for example, a tuple like this, right? Tuple is just a syntax. Like, and we also have the syntax for the ifs. So can I like technically I can parse. Let me show you this. I can say let if true, then 1 is equal to 2, right? Maybe. Can I do that? Yeah, see, this is parsed as assigning to a let, where inside of the let I have the if. Like, in terms of just pure parsing, this is the expression that I'm trying to assign to. So yeah, I'm doing the parsing before, like, semantically parsing this thing. So, like, for the AST purposes, everything is an expression, including the this part. Yeah, I was thinking about making it more context sensitive, but right now basically everything is an expression, literally. But yeah, I was thinking like of making like different types of the things, but that complicates parsing a little bit. All right, so we have this thing. Let's just do for edge, which is a list in 32, and list iterate edges 1. dbg edge. Can I do that? Examples, lots of math. Let's put target code.js. Node target code.js. And list is not found. Use std collections star. I should do std prelude star, right? Which doesn't include the JavaScript, so std JavaScript. No, list is not including the prelude, is it not? Prelude. List is collections list. Hash map is collections hash map. Okay, cannot read properties of undefined. Wait, what is this? Context handle list with output? The only reason I'm not using so far is because lines get long so quickly. Shared pointer. The reason why you don't use the shared pointers, because it's long. Context this undefined handle, context handle list with output. The ID is different. Hold on, this is a bug. This is a bug. Handle list int 32. Handle list int 32, but like the ID is different. Oh wait, I know. It's the incorrect code. Hold on. Because I iterate, like, if I iterate over the edges, this gives me a reference to the list. Oh, there we go. And to improve my like type inference in this case. Okay, now I don't have the right. I need to like figure out how to do that too. Maybe I can have something like context, right? Print. Context is print JavaScript transpile. No, not transpile. It's the JavaScript node context. Like node context probably is what I want. I will have the node context. It's a function that's returning so this is a function returning a string native JavaScript dot node context. Okay, so I have another function here. JavaScript node context. It's a function that takes a unit and returns a string. To have a string which is JavaScript node context, like this. Okay. Node context is this thing, right? Node context. Function node context string is this thing. Sure, we just have a hack like this for now. And for printing, I need a reference to a string. Wait, is my reference priorities? Yeah, probably is higher than the function application. Okay. Context is this. Main context is that. Function main. Is this. Context. Oh, this is not right. Or is it? It's not right here. Shit. Node context. Cast. Cast is needed here. Wait, right? Is it needed? Because the right, because the code that was here before. No, the code that was here before was saying right, is this? Oh, wait, this is the value of the context. And then I need the context name of this. Yeah. Contexts. Yeah. This over here is the contexts. Is an object with all of the fields being my contexts, right? So that should be my function. Sure, you've mentioned this before, but what is the reason to use your language cast to generate JavaScript with Rust? Why not cast to Rust or cast to JavaScript directly? What do you mean directly to JavaScript? I mean, if the language was more developed, I would write, like, the idea is to be able to write the transpiler in the language itself. Yes, but for now it's just easier to do it with Rust. So it's the transpiler is basically a built-in function in the standard library, basically. For now. Eventually you should be able to write your own backend from inside the language. And the reason I'm doing JavaScript and not Rust or not native compilation is because I want my language to work in the browser. That's the goal, is to make games that work in the browser. For now, that's the goal. So the problem is that this is just a specific context, right? But I might potentially want more. Yeah, like this thing is my context. I do this. That is specifically this. So this context is now there in terms of but this needs the transpiler. Shit. So I need the transpiler as an object then, because it keeps the IDs inside. I need the transpiler as a value. For this to work. Okay, you know what? This is going to give me, okay, node context. This should be a method on the transpiler then. So this should be self. This code is here. And then the context, this is transpiler. So the arguments is a single argument, which is transpiler node context. Now this returns intimate representation expression, which is this object. Okay, it's fine. Okay, I guess so. Like, there's two ways right now to do to invoke the transpiler. One of them is printing this thing directly and invoking the transpiler from inside the code. Another one is to give it as an argument, which is working better a little bit. So when I have an example which is lots of math, I want basically to have this input. So input, or I guess I just call the function main, right? I just call the function main with argument, which is native, this require thing, right? That's what I do. And then I will just be able to do cast compile target JavaScript examples lots of math. I could instead implement the file system, since like the file system should work in the node. Yeah, would implement that in the standard library potentially. Yeah, this function doesn't work anymore, and this doesn't belong here anymore. Is there anything I hate about my language? The fact is it's not ready, and it's not going to be ready in a long time. I feel like it's difficult. Ah, shit, I cannot do the dollars. Because I expected this. Expected dollar. Yeah, this one is expecting, but if it's not, then okay, I guess all right, I'm going to match this. I'm just going to ignore if I don't start with this, right? So if I say this is sum, so if I failed to do the dollar that, then I just say continue. But I just consume the dollar here, I think. And I say code is equal to code index is code dot strip prefix. I just strip the single dollar here. This one should be unwrapped. And I just write to the result the dollar. Or maybe I need to the double dollar for like escaping the dollars. Then that would make more sense. Expect expected dollar opening bracket or dollar dollar. Maybe this. Hate is a strong word. Okay, expected dollar or dollar dollar. So in this code, I want a double dollar because I want in the generated JavaScript to have a dollar, right? Wait, what? No, not expect. Okay, or IRI. Question mark. So that I know where it is. Maybe it's in another place. No, it is in this expression. Wait, what? Print code. What's my code? Here. This reminds me of the pain with escaping in a string literal that needs to be escaping in some other output strings literal. I think I need to like change the way this works. Oh, it's because it's a code index dot dot. Here. Yeah. So this should be code index dot dot here. That's why. But it's like I think like so like this parsing of the dollar and like the interpolation happens when I perform the transpiler, but I think this should happen earlier. I think of something similar to the Python template strings. So you have a string, and then inside of this string you have like x plus y, for example, like this, right? This is invalid syntax. What's my Python version? Is it not? Yeah, I guess it's in Python 13, right? Nix run, Nix packages, Python. Python 3. This says 3.12. Do I need to run 3.13 here specifically? Is the Python search? How do I run Python 3.13? 3.13. It's without the dot, like this. Like I think of some feature like this, which was introduced in Python. Literally, you have a template string, x plus y. Invalid syntax. Amazing. Python 3.14 maybe. What's the latest Python? 3.14. I see. A plus yeah. You see, I already see it being parsed here. A is not defined, right? So like this is automatically capturing the value A here, right? So I say A is 1 and B is 2, and then I say I have this template. So this is not giving me the formatted string directly, it's returning the template object with all the parts being parsed, and the interpolations is this, you know? So I think I want a feature like this, where my like maybe I just make this the like all of the string literals are being parsed as something like this, so that I can have the interpolations inside of all my strings. But then depending on the type, depending on the usage, I like actually like do things differently, you know? Like I feel like this is the job of the parser, because like doing it later is like error prone like this. Okay, anyway, I made this work, right? Okay, here's my JavaScript. Yep. Have you considered rewriting cast code in Rust? Code written in cast, not source code of cast? I mean, why? Why would I do that? I mean, eventually the goal is to do it the other way. I need to rewrite my Rust code in cast. So the more I put in, have written in the language instead of being hard coded in my interpreter, the better. But like right now, the hash maps in the interpreter are implemented in Rust. That's what the native means. When I'm inside the interpreter, this means this has the Rust implementation instead of it being implemented in cast. Node. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so here's the idea, right? I am parsing this input, specifically just the edges 1, I guess, or I can do all of them. Lots of math. So like the idea was to see how long does it take for me to just parse and process these lists, like just do some math maybe, like you know, list get edge 0 is A, and then I need to dereference that too. Yes, that's the easiest way to do it right now. and then b is the second one, and then I do sum is a plus b, and then I just dbg I don't know, total plus equals sum, and then I say let total is 0, and then I say dbg total. Okay, so this was really fast though, right? This was really fast. It worked in 0.11 seconds. I mean, that's not that fast, right? 100 milliseconds for just adding what is it? It's 100,000 numbers. 100,000 pairs of numbers there. Would it be better to use a character that is the least commonly used in a string as an escape character? Yeah, I was thinking about this. I probably the escape character that I will actually use is going to be the backslash. So you have a string, like instead of saying $x, like so Python just uses the curly brackets like this. Bash uses a $, so that's what I use too. I think backslash for escaping is making a lot of sense. So I just escape x like this. Although this may be like a little too many characters, right? If I just do the $x, that makes it very much shorter. But using backslash, like we can do just backslash x, but that's usually used for like the hex numbers. So how do I differentiate? But yeah, I was thinking of using backslash instead of a $. /n, yeah. That's why like it would work if I require the parentheses though, right? If I do backslash and then in parentheses n, that is making sense, right? Because backslash opening bracket usually just parse to an opening bracket, so it like whatever. But I don't know if this is too many characters to type, might be annoying because of that. So like a $n is kind of shorter, right? We'll see. I right now I require parentheses for the dollars anyway because that makes it easier to parse for the JavaScript transpiler, because that's where it's happening. But if I make it a built-in like feature, then requiring parentheses maybe shouldn't be there. Okay, so just adding the numbers together is fast. How do you profile JavaScript? How to profile JavaScript? I need to understand where am I long. How to profile Node.js. Is it Node.js built-in profiler? Start your app with the inspect flag. Open Chrome and go inspect. Okay. So the lead code one, this one, right? We have the stack size, and we also will do the inspect here. But if the like, can I have the inspector, this debugger, to still be listening if the application has already stopped? Using CPU Prof for flame graphs via V8. You can generate a V8 CPU profile, CPU Prof. This will create a file like this. You can open it in Chrome Debug Tools. Okay, so I need the CPU prof. Not inspect. Inspect is like for inspecting it at runtime. Right? CPU prof. Okay. Can I open it in Firefox? Oh, I can just open it in VS Code. Look at this. Amazing. Oh, wait, garbage collector took 1.5 milliseconds? Wait, 1.5 seconds? Wait a second. The fuck am I doing? I am solving LeetCode, and I think so. This is solved, but it is having the time limit. I have the time limit, so I'm generating code that can solve the LeetCode, but it's too slow. And to figure out what exactly am I generating my JavaScript that is slow. Wait, isn't this saying that 94 ms? Isn't this 94 seconds total time? But my app did not work for 94 seconds. Self-time 130 milliseconds. What is total time? Nothing works for 94 seconds. What? But yeah, but garbage collector has self-time of 1.6 seconds. That's a lot. What about using a more unique character like upside down question mark for escaping? No, I mean, you can, I mean, we'll see. Maybe I allow you to like modify, like I have the custom syntax. I have syntax extension feature. Maybe we can make it so that you can change the lexer too. So like, yeah, so that this would work. But I personally, I don't want to have the to have like any like Unicode or something characters. I don't want to have emojis in my key as my keywords, but technically you can do that, right? Microseconds. Oh, is it microseconds and not milliseconds? Wait, hold on. So wait. So is this? I mean, we have a dot and a comma, which means that this is 1678.70 ms. I would assume that this is a millisecond and not a microsecond, though. So this is 1.6 seconds. So all of my time is inside of the garbage collector, basically, right? Because I'm making a lot of garbage. Which would make sense. Maybe. I mean, this says that it worked for 4 seconds. 3.24 seconds of the CPU time. What is total time? This is total time including everything inside of the function, right? So this function, 866, is this one. Oh, so this is just iterating over a list. Yes, that makes sense. Iterating over a list. Oh, wait, hold on. The VS Code can even annotate this profiling data from like the file. I can see the times in line here. That's nice. Does this only work for the JavaScript? Can I make something like this for Rust? But okay, so it also says that the self time is 135 milliseconds. So what does this actually do? This is trying to get the list. So this over here is a list, and then I just iterate over the list length, and I call another function. Constructing a reference to the list item at the index I. I mean, what's the time limit in the lit code anyway? Lit code time limit. Because I didn't see it there. Like, where is the time limit? It needs to solve all of the test cases. Wait, hold on, look at this. 823 out of 825 test cases passed. I literally didn't pass like 2 tests. There's just 2 tests that didn't pass. Is it trying to have the limit for all of the test cases or just for the one test case? What if I just submit it again? Maybe it's just RNG. Yes, for all, but what is the limit? They don't tell me the limit? Like, I'm pretty sure my solution to this problem is like linear. I mean, yeah, it's not. It's definitely not quadratic, because otherwise this would not even like. This one is easy problem. It's not the complexity. It's actually like the code that I'm generating. It's some math expression. So like, okay. So I don't know about it, right? What if I just submit the code twice? What if I just do submit again? The same code. What if I just go into work? Speed up. Oh wait, I can speed up my code by paying to the lit code. Is that right? Premium feature. You speed up your code so it doesn't time limit. Boy Meccano, hello. All right, no. Okay, so I think the problem is that like basically like this so like I'm creating references in the form of the objects with get and set methods, right? But technically like this should be optimized away because I only care about the actual value here, right? So let's just try some different code. I don't know how to like. So this was just iterating over the list. This one is also just iterating over the list, right? Oh, yeah, this is unwindable. This is the... so this is basically the loop. Traversing. Yeah. Traversing the graph. Yeah, I constructed the graph in this problem, I think, if I remember correctly. And then, so we traverse the graph. A DFS, basically. So it's the same, yeah, the time is the same as iterating over the list, which makes sense. Current vertex, previous vertex, even. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Let's take a look at the code actually. Maybe I can like I feel like what if I had a list iterator which iterated over the copied values, basically, so that I don't construct the references. Is that going to be a good optimization? Like it could be the optimizer of the JavaScript that is generated that's doing this, but let's just have it inlined. So we have the iteration like this, but I also want to iterate copied values, basically. Right? Iterate copied values. I don't want to implement this in the interpreter though. I mean, over here I can just do this. So if it's the interpreter, I can just do the normal iteration, right? So I can do iterate. Wait, isn't this also kind of a little wrong? Anyway, I iterate. Current generated handler of the type T. Handle value dereferenced. So I go for value of references to T in iterate list. This is going to be what? List ref. Like this. For value in this, we do current generator handler handle the dereferenced value, because this one is copy. Okay, and then in this way, I just don't construct the reference, right? I just call it with list element I instead. So in this function, like this one, iterate copied, for example. Current vertex edges. There's also the map. Can the map be the performance bottleneck in JavaScript? Yeah, I could just rewrite this code to not use these maps and just use the lists instead. Reverse. This is the recursive function. Yeah. Okay, let me just try running this. So this is one is with generator handler of this. Load compile function. Expected int 32 got a reference. Where? Neighbor ID. Yeah, this one does not need to be dereferenced anymore. Down. Brian, GDC, hello. This type of scribe, reference to list. Like that. Context is not listed. Angela reference into that. Oh, wait. I think my context inference might be wrong. It's thinking that this function needs a handler for the generator of references to T, because that's what this code is doing, although I'm handling it here, so I don't know. It's supposed to get eliminated. Do you want to add refinement types? Yeah. I want to add them, but it's not high on the priority for now. I want to have dependent types, not just refinement. What's this? This is the entry point of enum. Feel free to do whatever you want here. What's enum? Export function main, int32. The package name. Okay. Well, congratulations. I guess you can return 0 from your main function. Not yet. So this code is not even working. What are you showing to me then? It's like you have the command line utility to initialize a project. So this generates the project for you. All right. You can generate the project, but you cannot actually use the project. Got it. Have you looked into abstract interpretation in SMT? Grid semantics of programs formalizes the set of all possible executions of this program in all possible execution environment. If an execution is represented by a curve showing the evolution of the vector xt of values on the input, state, and output variables, this concrete semantics is represented as the set of curves with continuous time for short. The concrete semantics of a program is an infinite mathematical object which is not computable. It is not possible to write a program able to represent and to compute all possible executions of a program in all its possible execution environments. Hence, all non-trivial questions about concrete semantics of a program are undecidable. It's not possible to write a program able to answer any question about the possible execution of any program. Abstract interpretation contains in considering an abstract semantics. It is a superset of the concrete program semantics. Forbidden zone, possible trajectories, abstraction of the trajectories. I like how this is drawn in paint. Abstract interpretation is statically finding the common denominator for every path. It is used to see if all paths satisfy the properties. The no function will reference null, for example. This link, I just searched for abstract interpretation. It was the first one, right? I mean, here. SMT. SMT solver, right? So is that what we want? Satisfiability modular theories. Is that what you're talking about? Why did I go to France? Language. English. Justifiability model theories is the problem of determining whether a mathematical formula is satisfiable. It generates the Boolean satisfiability problem set to more complex formulas involving real numbers, integers, and various structures. The name is derived from the fact that this determine if X or Y and not Z is satisfiable. Since Boolean satisfiability is already NP complete, the SMT problem is typically NP hard. Mathematical formula is satisfiable. So is this like the automatic finding of the proofs of your theorem, right? Automatic theorem proving. Like, is this the thing that, like let's say that we have in the language the trait system, right? And then I need to find the implementation of a trait for a type, right? Because all of like we have the given rules, and then I need to find the combination of rules that gives me the implementation of a concrete trait. That would be like something like this, right? Finding the actual like path, like using like some existing things, right? So like yeah, like when you're writing something like OCaml, you need to basically supply the implementation of the trait yourself by instantiating like all this path manually. But in Rust, you have this algorithm that finds the implementation using these rules, right? So it's so that's the thing, right? It's the solver. It's like a Boolean, right? Like this, right? So this is the Boolean stuff. So we can say that this X is basically like, for example, type implements a trait. So I want to find if type implements a trait X, or it implements trait Y and it like doesn't implement trait Z, for example, is how this could be like interpreted. So I think I will need to do something like this anyway. Because I will want to find the trait implementations automatically. Although, like for trait implementations, this is like super generic, right? For the trait implementations, are like like the axioms, or like what do you call this? Like when you construct an actual implementation of a trait, right? Which is generic. Like what do you call it? Like given the axioms, we need to find the proof of this, right? Which also gives us automatically the actual instance of the type class, the implementation of a trait. You can pick a destination, and then solvers will try to find a path there. Yeah, so like that's literally what we want, right? So if I want to find the implementation of a trait, we want to find the path that leads us to this. And like for the trait specifically, like in Rust, we have this like things like the orphan rules and everything, which makes searching for this path easier, because basically there's always only one path to the target. But if we like do a generic SMT solver, then there potentially can be multiple paths to the destination, right? Have you used Rust or functional languages? You come from the imperative languages. Is there something similar to that, like in the like if you do C++ template metaprogramming magic? Not sure. But yeah, I think I will want to do that specifically for the the trait implementation finding. Right now I don't do that, because I just allow the concrete implementations of traits for concrete types, so I don't have any paths. The paths are always trivial for me right now, which is a limitation of the language that I need to like improve. But yeah, implementing a set solver is pretty fun though. Yeah, I mean, I expect this to be like a simple BFS algorithm probably. It's probably just a BFS, no? In ADA, like, or is there like other things? I mean, there are specific like graphs, I guess, in which you need to find the path. Like in Rust, because of the orphan rules and everything, you actually don't have like you don't have any graph. You always have just a tree. So finding a path in a tree is very easy. What kind of dependent types do you want? I mean, there are two dependent types: the dependent function and dependent pair, basically, right? So the dependent, I guess we will just have the dependent tuple to generalize over the pair. But I mean, technically, like even generics, so like this generic, right? What's the type of this? What's the type of what's the type of some simple function like hashmap new, right? What's the type of this? This is a generic function, and a generic function is basically already is a dependent type, right? Because new has the type which has like two types, so we give it two types, and as a result we get the function that returns the hash map of these two types, K and V, right? So because this type depends on the values that you provide to the arguments of the generics, this is basically the dependent type, right? So we say K is type and V is type. This is so generics are already the dependent functions, right? They don't depend on runtime values though, but they do, because this is because I treat this as a runtime value. Because I treat types as values, and this is just a function that is going to be evaluated at runtime. Because we want, because the compiler is the interpreter, because we want to have the compile time function evaluation. This is the like when I want to evaluate this thing at compile time, I need to, so like we have runtime at compile time, basically, right? Which is a little weird. The compiler is the interpreter. So for that interpreter, this is a dependent type. Like obviously this doesn't work. Like I cannot do this in the when I'm transpiling to JavaScript. But yeah, I guess so. Like the other things, like this can be a type, but we can have arrays, right? We can have array, like new array of size n. This would be a function that takes the size, which is the integer, right? And it returns an array of size. So this is a concrete size, a concrete sized array. This would be also a dependent function, right? I guess this one could technically be transpiled to JavaScript. Probably not like into the native implementation. For the native compiler, I will still need to monomorphize this. But for the JavaScript, I don't need to monomorphize this because it's going to be stored on the heap anyway. But we do know at compilation time that this size is going to be like a thing. If you JIT everything, it might still count as dependent types. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, like I didn't actually like write programs in languages with dependent types, but like what's the good use case for it, right? Like the usual examples are basically the arrays that are fixed sized arrays, basically, right? A vector with its length. So that should be possible. Which is used for basically guaranteeing guaranteed elimination of the bounds checking of array indexing, right? For that, you need to basically know the size, but it's a runtime value. So the regulator proving some properties about a function. The main benefit is knowing that your pointers are safe. Yeah, like pointer safe, bound checking, and this kind of things. You finished your cast magnum opus? Wait, what? You actually wrote a program? Fix freaking loops? Run on playcast. Alright. Hold on. You know that there is a share button. It's a little cursed right now. We should probably like there is a share button here, right? Oh, it hangs the browser. Amazing. We need to wait for it to run. You just generate some. You actually generate the Mandelbrot set and put it in the terminal. Nice. The URL is too long to share. Yeah. I guess we need the share button to automatically create a gist that just like the Rust playground is doing and do that. Nice. We have the first real program written by someone who is not me. Nice. So you were just following the examples in the repository to figure out how to do this? Nice. Complex numbers. You could also like did you like since you have complex numbers, you could do something like implement multiplication for complex. Implement complex as mul, I think. Or do I not do that right now? Maybe I'm not doing that right now. I need to allow you to do that. To like override the operators on the complex and to define the operations on complex numbers, basically. Because otherwise you have your own function multiply, right? But you just want to write a times b when you're working with complexes. I already have the functionality. It's just I need to redo the standard library to have that. Right, nice. Can I just put this in the thing in my examples? Mandelbrot AS cast examples Mandelbrot. Okay, I was doing something here. Wait, what was I doing here? Now I forgot what I was doing. I had some problems in the list iterate copied, right? I can probably just comment this out. I guess it's going to be slower than on the playground because I'm doing the debug build here. We can do cargo run release examples Mandelbrot. I never compile the release mode. All right. Push-ups. All right. I'm gonna need to end the stream soon. So I mean, yeah, the lead code is technically solved, right? It's just too slow. So I need to generate more efficient JavaScript. Or can I just not care about the fact that my JavaScript that is generated is like a little slow? But if it is slow for that problem, then it probably means that when I'm going to make a game by transpiling it into the JavaScript, the game is also going to be slow. But at the same time, the games that I'm going to be making as examples are going to be very simple, like a Pong, right? It's probably going to be enough performance for me. So maybe I just don't care that it's slow, and we worry about the performance once I make the actual like native compiler. It's printing it slowly, like line by line. Nice. Beautiful. Okay. Lots of math, I'm going to remove that. Okay, technically, lead code is solved. Just too slow. But technically, it's slow. It's slow for suspense. Well, I was actually sleeping there on purpose. The maker of Idris said that dependent types can make your program slower. Assume it is because in practice you don't reach some corner cases. I think that in Idris, like when you work with like there are like it's specifically about the Idris language though, because like the dependent types are supposed to be checked at compile time. The program is slower to compile, but maybe I think in Idris language specifically, the like the invariants, they are being checked at runtime, even though they're not supposed to in a proper dependently typed language, I think, right? Like it's already checked at compile time. Why do you need to check anything at runtime? I want to ask what are your extensions for VS Code and which distro am I using? I'm using NixOS, and the extensions that I have installed, I have 100 extensions. Can I list all of the extensions simply in like a file somewhere? Is there like a JSON file with all extensions? Anyway, there's the Java extension, there's like Discord presence, Doxygen documentation generation. Why do I even have this? No idea. C++, maybe like there's Godot tools, Gradle for Java, Haskell. Yeah, I don't really use all of these. Why do I have 2 extensions for the Just? That's weird. That's weird. I'm supposed to only have one. So I have Nix IDE, OCaml platform, Polar code, Polaroid for your code. What is this? Why do I have this installed? Hold on a second. Can I make a Polaroid here? Polar code. Look at this. Do I need to like select a thing like this and do Polar code? No? Like it's supposed to generate an image of the code, right? But it's not the selected one. Okay. So we have this extension, we have power mode, which makes the screen shake. Some Python stuff, remote SSH, Rust Analyzer, shader language support, SQL tools, Teal, which is Lua, but typed, Terra. I have no idea what this is. This is template in language, yeah. Terra template in language. Text to speech. Oh, text to speech. Speak selection. Doesn't work, I guess. Twitch chat as a tab. Why do I have this installed? I never used this. Display a PDF file in VS Code. YAML Zig language. And then some disabled extensions. All right, anyway. I'm too lazy to delete the extensions that I'm not actually using. Whatever. I just installed them all. All right. Nice. We got the Mount Middlebrod set today. And we got the delete code. I think it's time to try to actually write a game. I mean, not write a game, but like I should be able. I should try to get a triangle on the screen with WebGL. So we start with like WebGL, right? We make an engine in Cast that's working with WebGL, and then we make a game. I feel like I'm close. To be able to do that. What's the point of the let keyword if you already specify the type on the right? Because let is introducing a new variable. If without the let keyword, it's just assigning to an existing variable. Also, there is this thing where you can just basically grep your code for a let variable to see where the variable is declared, right? I have type ascriptions in all the places. It's like this. I can say let x be 1. I don't need the type here, right? It's going to be inferred. I can say x int 32. This is going to assert that the type of this is int 32. And if I write the wrong type, well, then we will have the type bug. So like I can do the type ascriptions anywhere. So I can say let x int 32 is 2, or I can say let x is 2 of int 32, like this. It's kind of like the same thing, it's just doing the assertion in a different place. I cannot reuse the same variable, but like the syntax of the double colon is just asserting the type. So this is basically helping the type inference algorithm, which specifying that this over here must be an int 32. And this says that this must be an int 32, which it makes the x be inferred to be an int 32. Only other good syntax with the type on the right is colon equal. Go Odin and Jai, but I don't like. Yeah, I know that Odin does that too. So like Odin like Jai colon equal for declaring the new variable. This is basically let, right? I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it. The reason, like, so what I can do is I can do like look at this. I have a mutable variable y equal to 0, right? So y. Oh, this doesn't work. Yeah, I have a bug. Yeah, over here, y is 0. So what I can do is I can do let x and y to be equal to 1 and 2. So x is a new variable with the value of 1, but this one is the old variable that is mutated to become the value of 2. This is still the same one. Whether it's useful or not, I don't know, but like I'm just trying to be as generic as possible. Oh, I have the bug. That's the most sentence I have heard today. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I'll fix the bugs eventually. Why do you care if it's an int? Can you find out in another way? Well, sometimes you want to write code by asserting the type. It's useful for readability. Like, you want to be able to read the code and understand what the type is. That's probably the most important one. Otherwise, it can be inferred from the usage. Yes, if it's an int 64 and an int 32. Ideally, you infer and show the most likely type in your editor. Yes, but ideally, you want to make your code readable, so you have the type ascriptions anyway. Like, if you write Haskell, all of the types can be inferred, but like, it's a good thing to have your types written down manually anyway. And like Rust, for example, it forces you to have the types for your functions written down for similar reasons, I guess. I don't try like the enforcement, so I want all the types to be inferable, but writing it down is good. Like, it's especially when you're making like the public API, you want to guarantee that this is the type that is being inferred. You put your inferred types in a data structure that your editor can read and render. Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, we can have the language server that will display the inlay hints. That's doable. I don't have the language server yet, though. I'm not sure if it should be like a big priority or not. Language server is useful, but I feel like I will need it when I actually write big programs. For the small programs that I'm doing right now, it doesn't really matter much. Okay. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.